I refuse to give YouTube more of my money. It's not happening, so quit asking. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Wednesday early night to give ourselves time. Option out for an early quit time. Gotta do other things with my night, but still give us time to potentially finish this. Citizen Sleeper. So I'm gonna say tentatively the finale to the Citizen Sleeper series here on the channel as we wrap up the DLC. But there's a small chance we don't finish the last 2 episodes here, or, you know, episodes of the DLC stuff. In which case, wow, we actually got through over 100 cycles. I didn't expect that. There's a small chance if there's anything left over, we'll finish this on Friday before getting to Silksong. Is kind of how I'm thinking about it. But let's try decent-ish to try and finish the 2 episodes here. This is on a timer, right? Yes. Episode refresh begins, the cycle clock below is filled. So we have 2 more cycles to go before that. So, you know, it's like, oh, what are we going to do prior to that? I'd imagine it's going to be same up-tempo, having to probably use what we've got to manage dice-wise, you know. Oh, how many points do I have? I have just 1. I can't buy anything. What a shame. Putting a 3 in. Ah, don't like that. You mess up a batch, and Mingy docks your pay and makes you eat the results. The noodles are unpleasantly gooey. Ew, gooey noodles. I don't know what else I would be sticking these ones in. I don't need money, I don't think, at this time, at this point. So I'm kind of like just getting right here. We can pop a vial once that starts, you know, for into that next cycle. This is about to be ready. I'll just get some spores. Spores. Probably could stand at this point to get a bit more of components too. Like scrap, I mean. Okay. One of the things we need for that. Give me square. Perfect. Okay. Think we are ready for the next episode. Let's go! We'll go in it with 6 dice, or 5 dice. One of those 2 numbers. Ah! Boom! Hits you like a wave, a white-edged breaker roaring inland from the force of the entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float. You are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the sounds and sit up. What was that? You glance around, looking for a sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouts in the distance. Fire and fear. Nothing has changed. Sound sits around you like fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? Doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to lighten up, databanks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown and cold vacuum. In the silence was negation, a dissociation so absolute that electrons shed their tethers and consider new paths and orbits. All things were possible, but none could be achieved. It was only a moment, but in that moment time ceased to function. A memory/image comes to you, one from the moments before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it, trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it, a razor-edged white curve. The wave. The wave approaches the eye. The eye spins, turning each part to face the vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal data clouds forms. Bright market, the low end. Greenway, the waist. Then, the wave hits just as the flotilla, the cordon, turns to face it. And after that, everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? Of what? Doesn't let me select it. Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs are all gone. Half the cordon's frames has also been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Haven-age staff and contractors clearing the cordon. Push forward. You push through the flow of people. In spite of a few suspicious looks, they offer no resistance. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed and red warning lights punctuating the corridors, but otherwise most areas seem functional. Suddenly you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Haven-age security? You should have known better than to wander into this place. You brace yourself as you turn. Sleeper! Peek embraced you as you turn. What are you doing here? Did you see the cordon go down? Did Ash speak with you? Peek glances around. You can see they are panicked. I don't know what's happening. That makes two of us. Esh left without saying anything. Peek runs a hand through their hair. I was away from the ship, and when I got back, she'd taken it and gone. Then I saw the damage to the cordon. Peek looks at you with wide eyes. What if this is some Haven-age attempt to clear the flotilla, to scuttle the refugee ships? Don't jump to conclusions. Peek pauses. What do you know, Sleeper? Something hit the station. Peek looks incredulous. Hit! Sleeper, we'd all be dead if that was the case. They pause to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave? A signal? An EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peek runs a hand through their hair. I don't know what you're saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... I look away down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Esh. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm gonna find a way to Esh no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. Wait, is that where I gotta go? Find a small shuttle scavenging supplies in the cordon and take back to the flotilla. They'll take you too if you bring some scrap. Oh, some of my scrap? Fuck. Hand over the scrap and squeeze into the crowd shuttle. Time to head to the flotilla. Oh, we're going out. Cool. Let's see. Huh. Okay, so it doesn't seem more timed, though, at least. Flotilla's friend, shifting ship, system, and social structures. The only way to navigate the flotilla is by rolling up your sleeves and helping out. Alright, interface has 2. We could lose energy on a bad roll. You work on the life support of the biggest tanker, expanding capacity and opening up more bays and bulkheads to move refugees into. Okay. Well. There we go. You run some water out to a struggling farming ship on the flotilla's edge. They're so pleased they reward you with some freshly cooked produce. Rerolls. Come on, give me the positive outcome over here. There we go. You reboot a tanker's proximity controls, keeping it from drifting into other ships. The occupants are impressed and won't stop thanking you. And we should finish it here. Nice. Soul and peak. Soul. Someone told me I should be thanking you. Voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowd. Cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. You turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face, framed in rusted metal. Oh. Soul. He holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. Do I know you? Soul frowns. I didn't mean to cause offense. He withdraws his hand. Forgive me. As soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a sleeper was part of that supply run that came in several cycles ago. He nods. Very welcome act. We all thank you for it. Walk with me, sleeper. Soul sits off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you and Soul, standing back and letting you pass. You pass a makeshift kitchen, steaming pots on heating elements, a restless queue collecting meals. That algae that came through isn't exactly a full meal, but with what we have here, we've been able to make it work. You see a ladle of a greenish stew dished out. Color something, isn't it? Soul smiles. Soul leads you out to the larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, water gushing out readily. Soul nods to the person as he passes. Just a little further now. Soul leads you into a freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. It jerks into life, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space, and sparks leaping in bursts as the ship is reshaped and modified to sustain its population. If Haven Age were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, Flux event has put a stop to that. Soul stretches. Some have crossed their eye, but many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is shrinking, but not like I'd hoped. The flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Soul leads you slowly out into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine and with a glass roof above showing the distant hub, and the far curve of the eye beyond. People at the terminals nod to him as he enters. Stings, huh? Quiet sort, huh? Soul nods. I don't mind. I prefer to settle in with my thoughts too, though looking after the pilgrim's seat and all the souls on it means I rarely get the chance to. Soul looks around the bridge of the ship, pained expression on his face. I'll admit that the responsibility is the one that suits me, though we rarely get a chance to choose such things. Glances back at you. But you, sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try to help us here. Is that right? I did my best to. Soul nods silently. But I have to ask you, sleeper, why are you here now? Soul leans back and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. I want to know more. I want to know more, Soul muses. And why would you think we could tell you anything you don't know? He smiles. I have thousands of people here on the Pilgrim Seed, sleeper, and there's thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against a railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've got into. And this cycle, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, just caught up with us. So these people are scared, sleeper, and they're looking for me for reassurance. And then, on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board, a sleeper, the same sleeper, they reckon, that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. Soul scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for your interest. He pauses. But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us. Soul's suit hisses and creaks. Think that's fair, don't you? Soul takes a deep breath. So what is it? What's happening around Ember? Someone at a terminal calls out to Soul, and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Apologies, he smiles that half smile. I tell you what, Sleeper, let's you and me make a deal. You want information? I understand that, but I have a list of needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. He grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's been happening in the system, and I'll answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim-Seed. She's currently the biggest ship on this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth, but there's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleeper. What with the pressure of the flux, the bad blood from the old days. Soul leans in. We aren't exactly all in alignment. What I need is a way to stop things escalating. For the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. Those from Ember's Step? Well, they've always been proud, but pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking axis the Ember Song ships gather at, but they have taken far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you're heading that way, you can look in on them. I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't... Soul stops, leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He groans a little, and you see the weight of flotilla sitting on his shoulders, the suit the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned. He speaks through the pain. His voice clicked. Are you okay? Not really, but as long as this thing holds, he grimaces. I hope. Soul grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. He smiles his half smile despite the pain. Because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the Pilgrim-Seeds, too. If you have a moment to pitch in, there's never enough around here. That's something I've learned the hard way. Soul settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding. Alright, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper, so you'll have to find your own way out. And with that, Soul sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down in the freight elevator, and as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel, and all the vessels of the flotilla, hold. Flotilla support. Pilgrim-Seed. Step, Song, and Hearth. Stability in the flotilla means relieving the pressure on the refugees from all 3 moons of Ember. Hearth survival. When Esh got her supplies through the cordon or not. Whether Esh got her supplies through the cordon or not, Pilgrim-Seed and the Hearth refugees on it desperately need help. Oh, I've got so much mushrooms for you. Dude. You're so welcome. You hand over the matsutake to those working the canteen. They are very grateful. Mushrooms. Pilgrim-Seed support. Even Soul's own ship requires help, but figuring out what jobs need doing first and who to help is a challenge. Give him 2 of these mushrooms. Mushes. As you walk into the bay of the Climbing Briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumble of ships that may lead you to this blue streak. You see Esh and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware that you might be interrupting something private. Peak is gesturing wildly as Esh stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. As Peak tries to get her attention, she spots you. Sleeper, Esh nods. Incredible work back there. She smiles. Sorry I couldn't wait for you and Peak, but the moment I saw the cordon go down, I had to get in there. Peak shakes their head. Leaping before looking as usual. Peak smiles. But I'm glad we are all reunited. To be honest, Peak adds, can't believe it. Flux event knocked the entire cordon system offline. Flotilla's free and Haven Age are backing off. Peak smiles at you. You must be our good luck charm. Flux event. That's what the refugees are calling it, Peak explains. Apparently that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. What exactly is happening? Hard to tell. Some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems, Peak chips in. Typically systems are screened against radiation interference, but this seems to be dulled, but not stopped by those defenses. Basically, the crisis continues. The Quorhon may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. Esh paces away. You should tell them, Esh. Pete glanced at her. Please. Esh doesn't respond. Tell you what? You stare at her back, waiting for a response. Please, Esh. Haven't they shown they can be trusted? Pete nods towards you. Esh turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start and then stops. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it's not directed at you or at anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons to the flotilla, she pauses, and now they're gone. You suddenly remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay, marked with the yellow sigil, the ones Esh told you were just supplies. What do you mean gone? What do you think? Esh snaps. Someone lifted them from the ship's bay while I was unloading the supplies. She sniffs. At least they are in the hands of the flotilla now. Peak looks at you. She knows this was a bad move, Sleeper. I promise you. They glance back at her. She's just too proud to admit it. So what now? Peak looks at Esh. She finds them, and she gets them back. Shouldn't we help? Esh turns. It's okay, Sleeper. I don't want anyone getting mixed up in this. This is my responsibility. She looks away. Plus, Peak adds, you and I have work to do. I want to understand the flux, Sleeper. To study it. Peak's eyes light up. This thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peak pauses, it's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems. Esh sniffs. Peak ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and when the flux event hit it, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these flux nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, saw the way you worked the data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a flux node and bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but most can be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Peak pauses. Start there. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the flux is and where it comes from. Okay. They smile. I knew you'd agree. Esh looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing ghosts, Sleeper. There are people on this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Esh. Peak smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something. Good hunting. And they wave you out as Esh stomps away to make plans of her own. Okay, now we got 2 drives. Interesting. So deliver flux data. Aki. Ember Step Refugee. Docking access. Interesting. So can I literally just fill this up with mushrooms and not have to do the like, let me go. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water really quick. I forgot to get that. I'm not even gonna mute myself. Oh, just get the water. Walk over to the fridge. Grab some water. A free water bottle I had. Or I received. Alright, Soul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around for to find you. He smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. I've put in the time. And we thank you for it. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. Pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Soul looks you up and down. Sure do make me wish we had. I've done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. Soul nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? You. Soul squints at you. You want to know about me? Not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about this. He raps on the middle of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts the shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit, made for work in the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't know you more than that. You want to know about the flux? About Ember's hearth? Go ahead. Don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours. Soul lets the sound sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is. I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. Soul nods. What do you want to know about? Flux. Soul sighs. It's what I imagined. He scratches his beard. Can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up. Bots reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of Passero that they'd been hit harder. Local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passero? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Soul grimaces. Anyway, thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network capable again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted. Data lost. And then another flux hit, and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like mine. And the city, I never saw it, but I heard from the others. Soul shivers. It only got worse from there. Couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I knew about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors. Soul scratches their beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. Anything else you wanted to ask? Ember's hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks. But the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems Cybele set up back when Solheim owned the system. How are our relations with the other moons? Soul smiles. Depends on who you've been talking to. Shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do. Gives you a look. But Ember Step was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth was built on, while Ember Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Soul holds up a hand. Despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Soul shakes his head. Cybele liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves or the place would soon end up as dry as Steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that subsurface ocean to a periwinkle blue sky. Soul smiles. Flux ended that though. And when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest with it. Soul pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself. Soul shudders. That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set up on this place. Gestures at the Pilgrim Seed. And look for another future. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? Soul nods. What do you want to know about? Something buzzes on Soul's suit. He glances at it and frowns. Looks like time's up, Sleeper. That's how I was wondering. We did all three options, so I was curious. He's like, oh, I'm getting busy and distracted. Soul stands, flexing against the suit. Takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. Smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Soul leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Nice. Alright, so that's one of the 3 done, I think. Docking access. If you want to help, the best way to do to finish the job. Okay, well, don't have dice to jump into that at the moment. Deliver the data. We don't have dice to get the data. Not like we have it either. It's a strange sight, given your time spent in the greenway, to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. It piles up along edges, gathering curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert in miniature, captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It is. They say nothing. Catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in the red reflected light. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki. They smile a tight smile. You are not from the flotilla, am I right? I live on the eye. But that is not where you're from. She stares into the greenhouse. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. Red dust glitters in her eyes. Whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the wind's long shadow? Wind's long shadow? I don't want to look at the design. Kind of like the design of her outfit. The ship. Aki looks at you curiously. Do you ever wander around ships you don't know the name of? You are a strange one. Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you have been on the flotilla, there is a silent order to the wind's long shadow, and this is the moment it feels unsettling. What happened here? Aki squints. That is a broad question, and I'm not in the mood to recount the history of the ship or step. Staying silent. Aki lets the sound sit, and you hear the wind and dust scratching at the viewing window. You hear a creak as the set of shutters slowly begin to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with the word. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There's nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape, Aki begins. To simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling. Systems that are failing. Flux event, Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, to keep these traces of step alive. She smiles to herself. Which is ironic, because when you left step, the flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were, living upon it. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds, picking away at the dunes, begin to reveal something. A web, a network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely, and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki in cold cyan. You've piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired. Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful, and perhaps we'll get another chance to talk. She turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. So then, something to do here. Okay, make ourselves useful. I'm good at doing that. Alright, so those two things, and then getting the data. I can do. End cycle. 5, 4, 5, 2, 1. Okay. some food, keep the energy up. What do we got? Oh, here we go. 6, 5, or 4. Would have 4. The node flickers in and out, its position shifting slightly each time. Got your data. Peak asks you to help them extract data from a node in the wastes. Peak receives the data on their slate and begins work decoding it immediately. Beep boop boop. Sleeper, come look at this. Peak is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways, like an ingrown root ball, has started to untangle. This is an existing node corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check you are listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative spaces, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. Is a whole other data set. Peak's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. Flux event somehow seeds his data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. What's in there? Not sure. Peak frowns. It isn't being very cooperative. You watch the screen, pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. Flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye's systems are screened against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes? Peak makes a ripping motion with their hands. Torn apart. Peak points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look, here. Looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. Pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peak pauses as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peak muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly, but that's a technicality. So what is the flux? We know it is a wave, one with exotic effects. That's all. Peak runs a hand through their hair. Question is not so much what flux is, but what it's causing it. Where is it coming from? Peak turns away from the screen, meeting your eye. And there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with refugees? A little. Peak lowers her voice instinctively. What they are reporting? Massive systems failures? Cascading collapses of life support? Of terraforming systems? Total data corruption? Peak swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all. That doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. Flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Pika looks back at the screen, where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of the negative spaces that existed within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea that might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? Peak shakes their head. Sorry, Sleeper, but I want to keep this to myself for now. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do it with the help. From what I heard from Esh, things are tense there. I'll look into it. Good, good. Peak sounds distracted. Give me some time, Sleeper. Peak turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave. The dark shapes it leaves behind somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. I gotta get out of here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6 cycles. Well then, make myself useful. Or up here. Unload supplies. Okay, I'll do this. I'm gonna unload supplies. Soul's shipment of supplies sits partially unloaded. The crew absent. If you want to help, the best way would be to finish the job. Hop up! Someone comes to help you unload for a while, making the work go quicker. When you ask their name, they ignore you. What's going on? Why so rude? Same thing again. We re-roll. A 3. Alright, systems repair. The crew won't help or let you into the dust houses, but there are plenty of supporting systems I could do with some love and care. I will put, yeah. Ooh, so got positive. And a little bit of money. You notice a bug in the wind cycling system and manage to fix it. Aki gives you a knowing look. Seems like you're proving yourself. Yeah. And then with this one, negative outcome. Well. Scrap ourselves up. Scrap it up, baby. Muck it up. Sorry, I need some water now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 as a dice roll. I don't think that's ever happened once prior to this in my gameplay. I'm calling it. Review all the tape. I'm sure I'm right. Alright. I'm gonna put a 4. Wabam. Now, how am I feeling about this 3 I have? Alright, there's a loose crowd around the supplies you've unloaded and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby, on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crew members' song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There's a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from Ember's song that are part of flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, there's no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just a mass of individuals traveling in concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. Jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. Ooh. Peter. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you have seen many of the song refugees wearing. You hear me? The supplies are here to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you. Coming out here to help us singers. There's a rumble of anger around this crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember's Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter's addressing the crowd as much as he's addressing you. With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the eye, what is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained. Pats one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. I have no stake in this. Then why are you delivering supplies for Hearth? Peter laughs. You need to check your alliances, Sleeper. Peter looks around at the crowd. Hearth think they can buy us, but we remember the past. Rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at them. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We are not wasteful. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper, says Peter as he approaches. But we cannot concede to Hearth here. Not for a moment. Leave me out of it, honestly. You already put yourself in the middle of it, Sleeper. Don't you see that? Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel lip. What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods to the crowd rifling through the crates. Because that's what was about to happen. Should I thank you? Peter bows a little. My pleasure. What do you think happened to the crew of the ship? Shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. What is happening here? We are maintaining our independence. He smiles. Do you know anything about Ember's moon, Sleeper? Or were you planning to wander into the flotilla totally blind, an objective outsider offering help? He rolls his eyes. Educate me, then. He smiles. It'd be my pleasure. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart. He winks. We can cover the 3 sisters next session. Step was the first to be settled. Contract old Solheim gave to the terraformers, Cybele Systems, when they first claimed the Hellion system. That's way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, didn't turn out too well. Partial atmosphere slowly sloughing off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. Cybele moved to Hearth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world. A fact that the typical Hearth colonist won't ever let you forget. How did Cybele achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's the same old rule of surrogacy, the one humanity built our universe around. Peter claps a hand to his chest in mock pride. My moon, Ember's Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit of sweltering temperatures. Exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industry, fuel. Song provide the raw materials for Hearth, Peter grimaces, willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it. Us singers born into a flaming pit and asked to stoke it as so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we have to endure, till Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off this speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he has delivered it. No Solheim, no contract, no Cybele, no Cybele meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war, Sleeper. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold. Surprisingly, Hearth and Step came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand, they need us, Sleeper. Always have, and so we are the linchpin. We're the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling Ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Hearth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say, some cycles I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. What does that matter now? Peter shakes his head. Do you forgive crimes against yourself so easily, Sleeper? Would you return to the bosom of Essenarp if they sent someone to collect? Peter stares at the crowd. Don't presume to judge us. I want you to imagine what it's like to try to live in an airless, volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes his sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left. But we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. Don't you need the supplies? As I said, we'll take what we need when we need it. Peter stares out into the Axis. There's no authority that we recognize here. I won't keep you from the docking axis, Sleeper. No one here has the authority for that. But watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who have tried to control us. Staying silent. Nothing there. Peter sighs. Look, we are many, and we have many needs. Ships come to us the docking axis for repairs, for requisitions, for friendship. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help, help in your own name, Sleeper, not in that of Hearth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you'll lose all trust. But as we are, act in your own name alone. Peter puts a hand on your shoulder and stands. Hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. With that, he walks away, back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of supplies amongst the crews present. We watch them pass the food and water between them, no signs of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, ones that reveal little about the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. Won't be easy. Ain't that the truth? Oh. I mean, I've got both spores One of the ships is trying to establish a mushroom farm to help feed the crews. They're looking for spores to get them started. Here you go. Spores have been seeded, and while some may be suspicious of your efforts, crew by crew, you'll convince them. I've also got... I'm gonna re-roll these dice. Oh. I've also got... Wow, me so fucking prepared. I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna make myself useful. Dare I try to use... I might as well try, let's see. Oh, you access the esoteric systems of the dust houses and get totally lost in their subroutines. Extracting yourself is exhausting. Pay the price. You piece of shit me. Hi. Negative outcome. When the single crew is looking for a ship mine to replace their flux damaged core, maybe you can help them acquire one. Wha-bam! I just happen to have a one handy. You supply a ship mine, but in a way it seemed to only make the crew more suspicious of you. As you cross the access looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter, standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He's completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. I'm gonna leave it be. You watch for a moment more, and then move off across the hub towards a promising-looking shuttle dock. Peter didn't look like he wanted to be disturbed, but as you climb through the docking tunnel towards the departing ship, you can't help but glance back. You spot him there, still at the railing, so small in the cavernous chamber of the hub. He seems untouched by the motion around him, lost in memory or thought. You feel a cold shiver rising from inside and slip out through the docking tunnel before it can touch you. Gotta keep moving. Oh. Okay. So access job board and crew socializing. Crew socializing. High dice. Nothing but high dice. High dice. Six, 6, 5, 4, 2. Mm-hmm. Ha-ha! I'd rather talk to Aki than Peter. She seems like a much cooler hang. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the flux reaching all the way out here too. Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust houses need is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? Is it safe? Aki rolls her eyes. Come see. She taps away at a panel by the window. Seems only fair that after your help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you're maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark changing room. You notice Aki sliding in an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember Step. Thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that'll bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. Hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels of purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face, and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch your bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand like a coil of rope. What is under the sand? This is steppe silk. It's one of the plants we established on Steppe. She kicks away some red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be redded and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of many species adapted to steppe since Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root, threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It'll be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both you with a burst of metallic tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember Steppe? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Steppe was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading, and Cybele's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybele fell too. Its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies. So when the flux started to collapse our computer systems, corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only trace of steppe will be on the ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You're unsure what to do. Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from Steppe are so different. The world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye, and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed. She sniffs. We carry the steppe for them. Perhaps there's hope. We learn not to talk of hope on a dying world. There's meaning for them, and any future they can build with the time they have. She stands up. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back into the corridor. If the flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. I can help. Aki smiles weakly. I knew it. You'll be welcome on the wind's long shadow whenever you wish. These dust houses are already decaying. I've seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last longer, but that last flux event? Help us. Aki looks at you. Please. I will. When you're ready, we'll begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I'll see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember Steppe. I've got you. We will do this. Repeatable action. Energy. I see. Steppe silk care. Improving the dust houses isn't the only way to sustain the steppe silk. With intuitive care, the plant can be made more resilient. Gives us 3. With With remarkable intuition, you not only support the step silk, but harden it. Aki smiles when she sees the result. Dope. Reroll it. There we go. What are all these notifications I'm getting? I see. Okay. I see, I say. Six, 4, 4, 3, 2. Bam, I'm knocking this shit out. Me, the best. Access job board. The access houses an overflowing job board of engineering tasks required by the crews. You can help out here. Yeah, I can. You take a handful of jobs and work through them, sharing tips and chatting with the crews. You can feel them warming to you. Reroll. Oh. Oh. Oh, still got the positive. The positive, I say. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. Dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the steppe silk through the ochre haze. After all of these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak, but unsure of what to say. We did it. Aki smiles at you warmly. We did. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this? She asks suddenly. Of preserving a world we have left behind. History. Aki is silent for a moment. But history is dead. It is a dead thing. These plants, these ecosystems, they still live. They are no more history than you or I. She pauses. As long as we keep living, we are more than just history. Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted, but now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things, makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If the ecosystems of steppe, if its people, cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? Not slaves, inheritors. Aki nods, but the weight of this inheritance is heavy. Aki comes close, holds her hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live. She smiles. I've seen that in you. The steppe, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future. She takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Could you do that for me? How? I know that Soul sent you. She smiles. You can tell him Aki, captain of the wind's long shadows, invited all the people of the flotilla to come. Captain? She smiles. You never asked. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux, no? About its purposes, its origins? She smiles. You wish to protect your home as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it, as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it's weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we found in Ember's Step, localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time its strength grew. Don't know if it'll be the same here, but... She pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion's star, H1. That is all we could uncover. She's silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. Sorry I cannot offer more, but you're always welcome on the ship. She smiles. Hope I'll see you when the others come. She squeezes both your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word, home, resonating within you like a struck bell. Nice! I assume that then puts us up to 2. Yes! I haven't seen Tal in a bit. I'm gonna go hang out at the bar. That's not the bar. That's not the bar either. Where am I going? There we go, we shared a meal. And I haven't fed my cat in a while. Dope. What am I doing with a 3, huh? Don't want to stick it in here. Sure. There we go. I only have 4 dice next turn anyway. So that should be good. Save ourselves scrap or vial of stabilizer thing. That's a shitty roll. Couldn't give me anything better, game. Reroll. Okay. Sleeper! Peter calls to you as you cross the axis. He's standing by the same railing as you saw him last time. He beckons you over. I've been hearing things. Gives you a sidelong look. Bad things? Peter smiles. No, at least not entirely. Rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on Song I was a teacher. Glance at you, anticipating a response. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected Song themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. The men I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux event started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kind of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his fists into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. Our future was cut off just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory. And the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program for one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn. Stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, Maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to. Peter's smiling now, buoyed up a little by memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily, or take help easily. But we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands on the railing. When you see Soul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember Song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Heart's imperious ambition, so be it. If it means resisting the Flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles, and then tell him to leave us alone. He turns a step lighter and heads off towards the center of the Axis hub. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Soul is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper. He smiles. Ship from Step had sent a goodwill gesture, whole cache of supplies from their own farms. He smiles. I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so. Soul smiles. Don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all this. Soul eyes you, waiting for an answer. I helped where I could. I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper. He smiles. You look at Soul, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Soul squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship, towards the engines, and the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fits the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. Fills the echoey bulkheads. With the core unlifted and shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Soul. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Soul stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know? The amber warning lights on the bulkhead door sent spinning shadows across Soul's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to silos at Passero. When we realized we needed to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster. Soul raps on a metal plate. And somehow she's carried us all the way out here. We? Farmers, mostly, from outside the city, in the edges. He flexes his shoulder beneath his suit. We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land and people to run it. My people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looked at his feet. Others led, organized evacuation, debated the plan. Stay silent. Now one of those folks made it. Soul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. Guess my crew trusted me and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader, that I'm sick. But, well, when service chooses you. A loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back. The metal squeal is echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness. Then the lights go on, in huge strips that stretch back and back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. When we've left Hearth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship. Soul begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time, we have resources. We stabilized here, at least for the moment. Soul turns to you. Now's the time we make use of all this. How can you use this? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Soul sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Hearth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. Farming stacks, the housing, hell, we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward. The only way. We need to fill the ship with able bodies and head for the starboard belt. I thought the eye was your destination. It was, till the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the eye. You have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it. Soul meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. Can this work? It has to, Sleeper. There's nothing else. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Soul begins to lead you back out of the bay. But think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that that out there in the belt there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all this. Soul sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Soul crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans and Soul waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Soul claps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And he leaves you there in the silence of this vast bay, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the eye. 2 points. I could pick up Hard to Kill if I really wanted, or I can hold and wait for another point to then pick up Obsessive Haggler. Or not Obsessive Haggler. The Engage +2 thing, which I think I probably will take. I have to wait basically 2 more cycles for that to happen. So I'm going to take my dice on out of here. And with this one, I will just do this because we should probably get just in the on the bad off chance that we're gonna need to start harvesting mushrooms. Get a new cycle going. Wow, the cicadas out there are making a loud noise. So loud, cicadas. Why you gotta be so loud? Okay. Drew. In the old docking bay, you find a locker corroded shut. Crack it open, and the components inside are in perfect condition. Hell yeah. Spores. Have you ever heard of Con channels, KN channels, Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their heavy circles under their eyes. Struggle there. And you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Con? KN? You mean for transit? Yes, exactly. Peak turns to face you. Kiyomani's active negation, the name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the circuit systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. KN. Peak recites the definition as if in the classroom. Process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Essentially, KN channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a KN channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploration, or exploitation. Backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes her head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecularly pure materials, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh. Where is this going? Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Helion system, this system, ever had a KN channel. KN channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every circuit system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub. But Solheim, Peak smells. Solheim spared no expense when they established this system. No way. Yep. Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. Couldn't run this sender receiver station anymore. But it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peak grins. They've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with KN channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. That's it. Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? Peak sucks in a breath. That, I don't know. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. They start counting off information on their fingers. They need a lot of resources to do it, and they need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore, so why would you go to the trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Peak rubs her eyes together. The flux, the wave the KN effect produces, is a side effect. A problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, core systems would have never been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial system set up to function within the range of a once active KN channel? Peak is getting frustrated. How's it going? Going pretty good. Pretty good. Busy week. Glad it's halfway over. How you doing yourself? The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the KN channels, these vast acasual highways that prop up the core systems, and their endless appetite for resources. Good, busy? I would say not my type of busy. Not the type of busy I prefer to be busy with. You're on vacation since Monday? Nice! I wish that was me. But that was technically me before. 2 weeks ago, I was drinking water and I was thinking how long ago, because I almost said it was a week ago, and I was like, no, I was working. Yeah, exactly. It's short week, so it feels good that it's already almost over. Just gotta make it through this week. Just gotta do it. Gotta make it through tomorrow. Tomorrow might be annoying. The system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created you, created your suffering, turned towards the Helion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. Yeah, halfway technically. Exactly. Never know how to necessarily make the, split up the week then technically. If one day was, if it was a holiday on Monday. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with incessant chirps. 9 a.m. stream tomorrow? No. I'm not crazy enough. I'm not doing it. I'm just gonna wait till Friday. I assume you're just speaking of Silk Song. I will be a good and patient person. And I'll just wait till Friday night. I'll survive. I'll let all the peons and the rest of the masses have their game for a good 2 days before I get into it. Everyone else can finish it before I start it on Friday night. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No. They're leaning close. That doesn't make any sense. What's happening? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peak pulls at their hair. I set the system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it is most run down part of the station. They're barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event. Pete turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from those nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they're popping up everywhere. Right now? Right now. Great. Mid-flight, has peon have 3 weeks. Peons. By 3 weeks, literally everyone will have 1,000,000% of the game figured out, all the lore, all the secrets, and there will be nothing left to figure out. We can talk about KN channels and system history when you're back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back to the pilgrim seat on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Oh, back to the cloud. I'm in the cloud. I gotta go to the cloud over here, I think. Boom. There we go, flux node. What do you need? 654? Oh, I've got a 5. This node's turned inside out. Its skin writhing with distorted data. Give me that. How many do I need? How many are there? 2 maybe? 564. This node beats like a heart. The effect is unsettling. Got it. I scrolled and only saw 2. Maybe I just needed 2. I'd assume it would have been like 3 or something. Yep, he needs 3. Where was the other one? It's up at the top? Is it up here maybe? Nope, that's not what I meant. Up at the other area. Up here? The hub? Yes. 4, 5, 6. Reroll. Aha! This node is in 2 places at once. It is there each time you turn. Look at that. I'm so quick. I bet they didn't think I would get that done so quick. What do you think about that, Peak? Master data harvester that I am. Peak has tracked flux nodes and low end and that. They want the data. There we go. Peak loads the data into their decoding setup. I'll just be a moment. Don't leave, Sleeper. Don't leave. You watch as Peak works on the flux data. The nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving into Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this, as an image on a screen, is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It is nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Esh entering. Stay silent. Esh stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. Me. How's the weapon hunt? Peak asks without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Esh slams a bag down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn? With the Sleeper's help, Peak smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling. It's clear that Esh doesn't appreciate Peak's tone. Stay silent again. Peak holds up a hand. Shh. They lean in toward the screen. Son of a... What? They hid it in the wake of the wave. Peak is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in their chair. Esh crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Esh. In it, you can see that Peak has all 4 nodes decoded. The pattern of shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it. The movement, the thin threads cross from one stain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other flux nodes appeared. Peak rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave. They were corrupted after the fact. The shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them. But it made the corruption look like the result of flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peak runs a hand through their hair. Flux wave is so massive, so complex that it opens up the system to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, the shadow is broadcast and implanted inside. The wave from the KN channel, it's a brute force way of hitting every system in Helion. Once systems are vulnerable, Peak looks pale. Their eyes reflect the screens. Flux isn't what is attacking the systems. It's a siege weapon. A Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peak sits back in the chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Esh rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a KN channel in this system? Shit. Peak isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peak looks desperately at you. Me bringing up Helen seems like a bad option. They weren't too pleased. Soul? Right. The refugees need to know. Esh cuts in. Maybe they can protect themselves against it. Lead an evacuation. An evacuation? Are you insane, Esh? Peak is desperate. Haven Age are the station administrators. They need to know. The argument rages between them. And as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peak says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case. Collate the evidence. You mess this up? They look down at their hands. Esh goes to speak and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleeper. Peak meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they're ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Soul won't be ready to hear this. And Helen and Haven Age are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Haven Age, and they're likely to react badly. And even with the flotilla stabilized, Soul is not going to react well to this. I need time to build a case. You're too twisted up in this, Peak, Esh says quietly. It's not our place. We don't know. Stop, Ash. Peak slumps in the chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out into the pilgrim seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision, something dark, growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick, your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. I assume that was probably the end of episode 2. Which means just one more then, right? Taking this. Engage. Episode Refugee complete. Second part of Foothill stories complete. Episode Purge, the final episode, will begin when the clock below is complete. 2 days, 2 cycles. Okay. What can I do to prepare my supplies for the last episode? I'm looking. Can't harvest mushrooms. We have 6 scrap. That's pretty good. We have as much money as I would imagine we would need. What do they have over here? Oh, you can just buy some scrap. I'll buy 3 of scrap. Again, I have the money to float it at this point. What do I want to spend the 6 on? Buy ship mine cores 240. Geez. Expensive. Yeah, why not? Just sleeping pretty early. See you next time. All right, take it easy. Have a good sleep. See you in another stream. Your schedule in quotes. All right, we're gonna have to sleep it off and cycle. Perfect. Okay. 3, 3, 4, 1. I could get a little bit of money and work back the energy. Quite easily here. There we go. Honestly, just reroll. 2. Too bad the mushrooms aren't already ready. Haters. That's the timer is a hater. I'll just get the scrap. Alright, put in a thing. An end cycle, I imagine. Yeah. And they'll be ready for the final episode. Oh man, it's all gonna be over. I'm so sad. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by something. Okay. Distracted by something on my phone there. Here we go. Sleeper! Pika is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Pika looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. For what? Pika smiles weakly. Nice try, but we can't dodge this. Pika holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I've compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it, is on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Peak sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. You sure? Peak grimaces. As I can be. The evidence all points in one direction. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol, so hard to pin down, it adapts to any countermeasure I've tried to deploy. It's like trying to hold water in a cage. Or to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. Pete closed her hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. It's about everyone on the station. They sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about all this. Soul? Perhaps. Pete pauses. Maybe the flotilla will have a better chance of survival if they have the data. But what about the eye? Will they protect it? Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong. Peak's eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together, or we will fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peak smiles. That's the only way. We send the data to both. You were right. Peak smiles. Glad you see it too. They look away. Another flux event is coming. I'm sure of it. I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peak opens her hand and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Soul, you know Helen, they trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you're a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You're a part of the eye. Peak is right, but right now that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I've set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Haven Age and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they'll come. We can be sure of that. You'll meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Come with me? Peak pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Haven Age want nothing to do with us, and Soul's paranoid at best. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done. And they slip away into the eye. Okay. Warning. Warning. Final episode. Once you send the data, episode Purge and the final series of events on the eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives or find other endings. Make sure you are ready. There's nothing else I think I could do. I am ready. Peak's relay lies ready. This is it. This data is a ticking time bomb sent. There's no going back. Put it in. Peak's relay pings a confirmation. The data is sent, and all you can do is wait for the response. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helen receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Haven Age council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it. Her reaction, you can't predict. You imagine Soul, too, one of his crew finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that'll turn it into an arc, a sharp eye scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The weight draws out, and to pass the time, you watch the activity beyond the edge of the eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. Actually, I should have done this before submitting the info. I'm going to take a quick BRB, get some more water and everything, and then we'll see the end of this. I'll be right back. And we are back. Alright, did I read this part already? The way it draws out and past the time, you watch the activity beyond the edge of the eye. Scrap shells pulling components from the now abandoned cordon. Supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helen's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform. Then Helen herself strides into the room. It's her. Where'd you get this, Sleeper? Helen holds up a slate scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. Hello to you too. You didn't bring me here for a reunion, I assume. Helen smiles a thin smile. Then you'll forgive me for skipping the pleasantries. She pauses and pushes her hair back, out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux. System's KN channel starting up. Total collapse of the eye. She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... She turns away. They'll believe you. She laughs. Do you know what has been happening within Haven Age, Sleeper? She looks away, out of the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's division at every vote. But in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners. Because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of the compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The eye must be defended. She shakes her head. And now you're telling me they brought something to the eye that will cause its collapse? They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. That is all the counselors will hear. She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple. She closes her eyes, yeah. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame. Did someone say refugees? Soul clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helen glances between the two of you, uncertain if she has been drawn to some elaborate plan. Soul holds a hand out to her. Soul, he nods. I believe we have spoken remotely, while the cordon was still up. I sent both of you the data. Soul laughs. Well, thank you. He raises an eyebrow. Evidence of our mutual inevitable destruction is not much of an olive branch, but I'll take it. I'm not Haven Age, Helen blurts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is, no one person represents Haven Age. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon, and I do not support your quarantine. Or I did not support your quarantine. Soul nods. Well then, Soul glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he's not expecting an answer. 1. Flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies on the moons of Ember, have reached station. Holds up a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol which is causing the real damage. Second figure joins the first. 3. The Shadow Protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember Song, Step, and Hearth, and quickly. In short, it'll shut down everything keeping this place alive. Third finger pops up. 4. This is my favorite. We have no idea who or what is doing this, and why. Soul's final finger joins the other 3. Is that what the total of it all? Is that about the total of it all? There's also another flux event coming. Of course there is. Soul smiles thinly. Sounds... Helen pauses, searching for words. Intimidating. Helen turns to Soul. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's Hearth? Soul shakes his head. That's why we were here. Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. Pauses. Suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helen looks at you. And I imagine you, Sleeper, whoever helped you uncover this, might be able to figure out a countermeasure? We can try. Helen nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Soul cuts in. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's Hearth was that I gave up hope early. Soul shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There are endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests and trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board. So when the second and the third and the rest of the Flux event hits, we're ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Not Haven Age, is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, to start to the evacuation now. Right this cycle. Soul looks out at the observation deck towards Pilgrim Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volumes of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Haven Age's resources, dare say we can finish the job with time to spare. Soul scratches at his beard. I know it's hard, and I know it's sudden, but we have to give up hope. We have to run. There'll be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't. Helen listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helen rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helen paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. We evacuate the eye. Helen freezes. Evacuate? She stares at you with wide eyes. She glances at her slate. The flux data still scrolling. She glances at Soul, who is patiently waiting, patiently listening. If we do this, there will be panic, chaos. Hundreds will die in the rush alone. She closes her eyes. You both act like this is so simple. It isn't simple, but necessary. She stares out at the ships beyond the cordon, their vast bulks pinpricked by the flares of welding torches and blinking dock lights. Is that our only chance? You both jump as someone loudly clears a throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helen emerged from just minutes ago. What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows dressed in the same style of Haven Age overalls as Helen. And I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you're using, Counselor Helen. You glance at Helen and her face drops immediately. Kemp? She curses under her breath. Soul shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still like a casual observer. Plotting against Haven Age with an interloper. He gestures at Soul. Everyone will be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of the counselors had such high hopes for our youngest member. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Helen stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculation flickering in his sharp eyes. Kemp lowers the slate slowly and smiles at Helen. And what do you think this shows? Helen frowns. Don't play games. You can read. The flux is a carrier signal for some shadow protocol, most likely corporate in nature. Maybe it's Solheim re-emerging to claim their station. Maybe it's a takeover. But either way, the station is under threat. You're alright about that, but the rest? Conjecture. Kemp rubs his chin. What we have is a virus in our systems which emerged precisely when the flotilla arrived. In fact, times in perfectly with the mysterious event that freed them. So what I see is a hostile cyber warfare attack, instigated by descendants that fled Ember's moons from committing terrorist attacks on their own soil. Kemp's face darkens. That is the order of the facts. Nothing more, and nothing less. Facts I'll be happy to present to the council. Kemp tightens his grip on the slate. Helen laughs. You think that's the only copy of that data, you sanctimonious shit? No, I don't, Kemp smiles. But who do you think they'll listen to, Helen? Especially after I tell everyone about this little clandestine meeting. Couldn't win power by Haven Age systems, by our laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It is as simple as that. He gestures, and out of the shadows, 2 Haven Age security officers appear. Oh, fuck. Now, no need for that. Soul suddenly speaks up. His silence had meant Kemp had stopped paying attention to him, but now you notice he is back up on his own. A group of his crew stand at the edges of the room. They're carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Glossy XPR logos glint along the barrels. These are Esh's guns. Kemp freezes, and the officers hesitate, holding back in the doorway. Be careful there, outsider, he stutters. Kill me, and Haven Age will never forget. Soul waves a hand at him. No one is killing anyone, so let's calm down. Soul scratches his beard. But I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Helen glances at him. He gives her a gentle nod. And you'll leave your colleague here with me. He raises an eyebrow. We haven't finished our conversation. Kemp laughs and shakes his head. You are finished, Helen. Council will never allow you back after this. Then he turns and walks out of the observation deck, taking his officers with him. You all pause to catch your breath. Helen looks ready to collapse. Sol flexes inside his suit, nodding at his crew to check that Kemp was fully retreated. Sol wrenches part of his suit back into place, grimacing. Your friends leave a lot to be desired. Shoots a glance at Helen. Seems like support for the evacuation might be hard to ask. Helen doesn't respond. She stares out at the pilgrim seed once more, trying to process what's in front of her. She sighs and turns back to you both. I won't call for an evacuation. She looks at Sol. Maybe that's a fatal mistake, but I can't do it. You have to. Helen ignores you. But, she pauses, I won't block it either. If people want to leave, Haven Age will let them. That is what I propose to the council. I will propose to the council. She sighs. If they let me speak. You have to try. She nods at you and Sol and turns to leave. Sol is quiet. He scratches his beard. Good luck, he offers to the departing Helen, but she does not respond. He leans on his cane. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. Pilgrim Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Haven Age wants it or not. How long? Sol grimaces. Honestly, as soon as we're ready. Not eager to run down the clock to the last cycle. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you, and for any you can gather, Sleeper. That much I owe you. And Helen? I wouldn't hold out much hope of her coming around, Sleeper. She's too tied up in all this. Won't let her leave even if she wants to. He eyes you. Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. My crew will take me from here. Don't you worry. Sol straightens up. Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info. I'll see if I can help us shore up the Pilgrim Seed against any future flux events. If we had you back on Ember's hearth... He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Sol sighs. Of course, we are going to need all the help we can get. If you can spare some time, come to the Pilgrim Seed. Help me get it ready. Bring others. There's a future to be earned here, cycle by cycle. We'll be leaving as soon as we are able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. Sol grimaces. Well, pauses. Just don't keep me waiting. He limps off towards his waiting crew. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. People want to hear about all this. This should be your first port of call. Pilgrim Seed, Peak. Let's see what we got here. Pilgrim Prep. Pilgrim Seed will take the majority of the evacuees off the eye. But is there enough time to settle them all? As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Esh, looking a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Reminds me of when we met. That's a good line. Esh sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peak pushes past too. Sorry, Sleeper. Just a second. Peak rushes to catch up with Esh. Put that down, please, Esh. But she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave. Not yet. Peak puts a hand on her shoulder. Please. I'm the only one here who can... Crate drops. The sound of its impact echoes around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peak? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We're running, Peak. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. Couldn't it be stopped at XPR, our home? Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Esh. We can give these people a chance. Peak pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Esh shakes her head. No, Peak, this is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand into the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peak turns away. You feel unsure what to do, but you know now is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Pete crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. They sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peak leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peak gestures to the broad mess table with its curved couches, and you slide in on one side. Peak sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how did it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Kemp. Peak looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance. Damn, and Helen's gonna have problems of her own to deal with. Peak shakes their head. Looks like we won't be able to count on anything from Haven Age. They pause. What stopped Kemp from arresting her? Tell them about the guns. Peak rolls her eyes. Of course. Those are the guns Ash managed to smuggle through to the refugees. The ones she didn't tell us about. Peak sighs. Another thing that's on us. What's on us? Ash is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she's been there for. Peak looks up at her with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XPR. Ash freezes. She glances between you and Peak as if this might be some elaborate joke. Flotilla used them? Ash moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peak interrupts. Be thankful that they didn't. They used them as a threat, that's all. Good. Ash folds her arm. You get the feeling that she knows Peak will not approve. Peak goes to speak, and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper. Peak shoots a look at Ash. But our introduction to those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away. Ash looks away, but says nothing. She certainly knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what is motivating her? You realize that she still might be trying to protect Peak, even from themselves. Suddenly, a shrill beeping fills the room, and Peak pulls out the slate to silence it. But as they do, they freeze, their finger hovering above the screen, the beeping continuing its insistent pulse. What? Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the slate. Then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The bleeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Ash frowns at Peak. Planning to explain? 12 cycles. Peak looks vacantly up at you both. 12 cycles into the next flux event. They shake their head. I've been using the rays on the Briar to look towards the center of the system, to approximately where the KN channel should be. Just this moment they detect a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and pattern of previous flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. Silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it, before a second wave hits in this place. Peak interrupts your thoughts. We start now. That's the end of it. Peak stands up to face Ash. You want to take the Briar and run, Ash? That's on you, but I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. Your eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We'll find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peak's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin, handheld terminal. And Ash? Peak starts, but she's gone, storming down the corridors of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it's impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Ash will try anyway. Peak rubs their eyes again, staring after Ash. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor. Peak's quiet sobs somehow carrying through the ship behind you as you leave. Alright. So what, 2 things? Let's see. Escaped XPR ship, climbing Briar, yeah, Pilgrim Seed. Probably want to do that. Devise a strategy. Terminal flux. Happens in 12 turns there at the bottom. Peak needs a plan to protect the eye from the Shadow Protocol before the next flux event. Okay. Alright. So we're on a timer now. We got this. Are these 2 different choices? Because when you just look at the terms evacuate the eye and protect the eye, those seem completely different. obviously. I think me as a character would care more to try to protect than just escaping and being like, well, good luck with all that. Like, after all that's happened in this game, to me, it would seem like me and my character would most likely want to assist in all we can. Sure, I love the idea of just packing up and being like, we gotta go. But I'd also, even if it's potentially fruitless, I think with everything my character has been through, I think we would attempt to help protect the eye as much as we could. So if it is an either or option here, I think I gotta go with protect. I don't know. I'm choking on water. I don't know if that's the case, but I think we act as if that might be the case. First. Peak is tirelessly analyzing the flux data and testing countermeasures on the shadow protocol. They need your help. I'm here to help. Bam. You show Lay's data to Peak and their eyes light up. They have seen something, but what is it? What is it? Immediately fill it in. Peak beckons you over the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained. Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. The shadow protocol. Not quite. Peak's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, sleeper. Not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls of currents like a river. A dark flow unlike the shadow protocol's dark tangle. You know exactly what this is. You have swum in this river. You have swum in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It is a gardener's course. The dark clouds which blankets the green waste networks. The bioorganic morass of a malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. I know this place. Peak glanced at you. Thought you might have seen it, covering the greenway like a shroud. Peak meets your eye. Everything I've tried to do to contain the shadow protocol has been a failure. Slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. Shadow protocol is being slowed, partially contained, spread across station as we have seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. So I started to look outside of our test cases. Outside these fragments, we have been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles, and look what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow out inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the greenway, something spreading like an ink stain. Somehow darker than black, it bleeds across. Shadow protocol. Now watch. Peak eerily points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it is gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see the networks of the greenway. You're reminded of an image you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot, seeing a bone-white rooftop where you expect to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it is gone, the dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. What did I just see? Hope, Peak sighs, wrapped up in something terrible. You think back to your meeting with the gardener, to that sense of something old and horrid, and inhuman to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain, this is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we've seen. In the moment it opened, I detect something, a centralized intelligence with the local ID gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the shadow protocol. But if it stays in the greenway, the eye will still fall. Station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub. The shipyards, the spokes. Pete glances away. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network or access it. To spread the entity's network, access it. Try reading this something. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network, access it, expand it somehow. I think it's just phrased weirdly there. Peak pauses. You want to let the gardener out? Peak stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. It's okay. Peak turns. Is it? They are angry. Is it okay that we have decided this, to attempt this alone? You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of and still come up with nothing. You have stared a hole into the screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. Peak recognized the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this. Peak begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. Suppose we need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect the greenway. Peak starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then we need to reconnect the greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared, they should connect. Gardener will spread along the paths we prepared. At least, that is my theory. Pete grimaces. But if we don't prepare correctly, the gardener might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Pete closes her eyes. And after that, things might get worse. That's the risk. Peak nods. One hell of a risk. Peak sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Haven Age shipyards. They stab at the map of each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core. As I understand, is somewhere on the rim. I need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We see the gardener in all these places. Peak pauses. But how are we going to do that? Bait the gardener's attention. Peak smiles. Of course. The gardener needs plants to care for. That's what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management systems of the Eye back when Solheim built it. We seed greenway plants into these systems and the gardener will seek them out. Protect them. Peak stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but could work. But they pause. We'll need a way into those systems. Haven Age have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy. Peak raised an eyebrow. Someone in the Haven Age systems team? You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Fang still owes you. Wow, Fang! Time to pay him a visit. Okay, well, fucking Fang of all people? That's crazy. Okay, well, Peak looks at you sideways. Guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan and an eagerness to not look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Fang's Bay. Wow. Wow. What is it? Fang's Bay. Fang. Oh, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. Fang isn't in his bay, and no one in the office upstairs seems to know where he is. Your lone clue is an out to lunch note. Great. I'm gonna reroll. Okay. Okay. Dig around Fang's bay and find some notes that mention the flux. What is he working on? Fang, what are you doing? Mess up a batch, you dock your pay, make sure you eat the results. The noodles suck. Such is the life. I think I then just have to end cycle. Like a difficult man. Feng is both never where he says he'll be and always late. Well, there's no surprise. That's it. No more wasting time. Peek sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the base shutter and wire slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a Haven Age pass card or something inside. Peek shoots you a glance. Something they wouldn't mind if we borrow? Fine, but be quick. Peek nods without looking up. Going as quick as I can. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open, the noise making you jump. Let's get inside. Peek glances around. Quickly. You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by blinking lights of Feng's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peek makes a beeline for the desk at the center, scattered with tools and components. They flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? They are a little disordered. You're interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone has come in behind you. Peek freezes. I could swear I closed the shutter when I left. Feng leans on a stack of servers near the entrance. Must be getting forgetful. He grins at you. Oh, where were you? Feng gives you a look. A hello would be nice, especially given that you and your... He glances at Peek. Accomplice? Seem to be busy rifling through my things. Feng raised an eyebrow. Thought you'd come rob an old friend. Is that the plan? Where have you been? Feng winks. I have a feeling you know that already. Feng picks up a tool from the server top, turning it in the light. I've been investigating that event which hit the station several cycles back. I've heard it called the Flux. Pete cuts in. That's why we're here. Feng smiles, pleased with himself. I guessed as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something must have happened. These past cycles I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems, from the hub to the rim. He grins. I'm surprised myself, to be honest. Didn't think I had it in me. Peek seems unamused. And what did you find? Feng sighs. That's the thing. There's something. All twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it, it disappears. Peek finishes. Feng turns to you. Do they always do that? Peek ignores him. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems and the negative space. It is slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station. Rotational control, life support. Feng holds up a hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down there. I don't even know your name. Feng shakes his head. And you're asking for the keys to the castle? It can't be done. Feng, it's me. Feng pauses and glances between both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily. Sorry to say. Wow, he's weaponizing your own kindness that you showed towards him. That's wild. Pete cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the Run from the XPR colony Hawthorne, with the intent to keep running until we hit the Starward Belt. But since I have been here, I've done everything in my power to protect this place. I've helped to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the shadow protocol from the station systems. Meanwhile, Haven Age has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I've proved myself as a friend to the people of the station, not the administration, many times over. I will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peak fixes Fang with a hard look. Fang looks down at his Haven Age jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I have no love for the council either, friend, but someone has to run this place, and that someone is me. Fang walks over to the workbench where you're both standing, digs a slate out of the pile of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Pete grabs a slate, and you recognize the tangled form of a flux node on the screen. Pete immediately starts tapping away at it. Its tendrils unwinding, and the shadow, just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight. Fang leans in. Interesting, he says to himself. Before long, Peak has unfolded the system completely, and it lies splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see. What now? Fang asks, his eyes fixed on the screen. How do you kill it? I'm gonna let Peak answer. I'll just keep my mouth shut. There's one entity on the station that we've seen purging the shadow. The gardener. Fang frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Pete glances at you. More like an avatar of the Greenway itself. You explain the gardener to Fang, the feeling of descending into the flowing river of consciousness. Consciousnesses. You explain the networked chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AIs offered to you, to be networked into the chorus, dissolved in its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Fang is silent for a moment. And you want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. That's the kind of stupid... I should read that like, that's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. He pauses. I like it, he smiles. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We've tried to limit it, of course, Peak explains. That's why we want your help to access the AI's major systems, to seed some of the gardener's spores into them, to draw the gardener's focus to those places. Fang whistles. So the way we save the eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks. He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations. You found someone weirder than you. Pete goes to argue, but Fang holds up a hand. In it is an all systems Haven Age pass card with his picture on it. Take it, before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it. Fang gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked. So if you're telling me you have figured a way we might fight it. He looks at Peak. No matter how crazy, then I'm glad to help. He smiles a tight smile. Come with us. No, Sleeper. He looks away. I have to keep on with my work here. Strengthen those systems. Back up the data. Worst comes to worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. Last piece of my parents are here, among the data. Goodbye, Fang. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. You take the card and leave the bay with Peak. Once you're outside, they stop you. Well, we should split up, Peak looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. Seed the gardener there. I'm going to go find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder, and you exchange fearful looks. You know deep down that Peak isn't sure this will work, but they've decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence you are very thankful. Okay. Access and seed the systems. Oh, we do it with spores. Good. I mean, we've got plenty here, right? Seed power routing. Implanting Greenway spores into the system here should bait the gardener into extend the protection's vital system. Spores. Oh wait, am I gonna need a lot? Oh no, it's just one. Oh, there's 3 systems to get sprout. I see. The garden is implanted. Now it must grow. Is it on a timer now? Or do we just go to all of them? Oh, dude, I do have... I thought I was have to put 3 in there, and I was going to put 3 somewhere else and then 3 somewhere else. Planning sports and agreement in the station's life support control systems feels like madness. Is this really the solution? It's just crazy enough to maybe work. Crazy plan. Was it back up? Did it say up at the hub? Ascend the hub. Buy a spacer meal. Buy a mighty kid's meal. Spores and agreement implanted here will seed a garden that the gardener will be forced to protect. At least that's a theory. As you leave, the slate peak gives you chirps insistently. You check and see a message. Found a possible entry to the core facility in the low end. Meet me here, ASAP, peak. A blinking mark gives their position as on the free spoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. Descend. Get some water. Almost dropped water everywhere. I like Peak's little thing here. I don't think it's supposed to necessarily look like this, but every time I see Peak's the little symbol there, their symbol looks like a spider. I don't know why I see necessarily spider, because it's just, I mean, obviously it kind of looks, but it's just when you're looking at it and you're like, that's not a spider, then you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely not a spider. It's not supposed to be a spider. It's totally just a thing. I assume it's not supposed to be a spider. You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak Slate, a rundown but active corner of the low end where a short glass-roofed alley turns off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the street's light go by. Children hop across grids, scratching the metal floor plates, playing games of their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play tavla. It is hard to believe that all this is a threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all this? As you are watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tavla tables set up along the way. Ah, Castor. You move a little closer and recognize a sitting player immediately. Castor sits, tavla pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper! My partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take our place. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Everyone on the eye knows how to play tavla. The methodical movement of the counters across their triangular points, already fit for the rhythm of life on the ramshackle space station. Most games begin in the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused only on achieving their optimal early game setup. But there's a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board. Point of contact, when routine becomes negotiation, and negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, the subtle shift in the texture of the interaction, Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you, continually, Sleeper. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive, protective quality. But in your tavla game, he pauses to move a counter. I see only risk. Have you been watching me? Castor sighs. Let's not be paranoid. You are aware of my interest in you, are you not? Risk is of course necessary to play tavla. To move a piece is to expose it, but it should be done with calculation, proper analysis. Then if the piece is taken, Castor moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap. placing it beside the board. It is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effect of action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn. A cause. I play my way. He smiles. Indeed, that is all I seek. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive. If you don't mind me saying so, you're responding, which means you're being led. He leans back to consider the board. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugees crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking, and little risk calculation. First I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes, but now I find it exhausting. He laughs. It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility in the eye. Spun from the rim, he laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? His face drops. But why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you're here. He smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. You feel a shiver through your body, as if something has changed in the air. What is this? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glass. Your eyes dart side to side. Inertia sets in. Castor is still smiling. The risk you are planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if this is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. That's why I'm here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. He removes his glasses to clean them, and you see something flicker across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters. This system, this station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employers, Senate Stat, bought out the entire system. For the past decades have been one valid owner. Has been its one valid owner. He polishes his glasses diligently. But to possess the system, the H1 system? He pauses. Helion, to you. Well, that is a matter of risk. Of how much force, how much cost, how much conflict a clearance would take. He replaces glasses. The risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome. In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. So I was just looking at the last paragraph. H1 could offer nothing that would warrant the risk. The markets change, the demands shift. And Senate Stat, we analyze, we follow, we respond. Puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. Glances again around. Lone KN channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems. Frontier town that needs the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, reevaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the KN channel and clearing the way for what comes next. Sits back looking at the board. He gestures. Your move. You know what? Part of me wants to just take like a normal game move, but also like I feel like it's kind of important in the conversation to be like, excuse me, but you will kill thousands. You managed to force out the words. Castor looks a little surprised. I'm an analyst, Sleeper. I will do nothing. He shakes his head. Senate Stat, as a corporate body, will take the required actions. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role as an analyst, in my calculations, I see great promise in you, in your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity, I assume you know that. He smiles. It is truly a wonderful happenstance of SNRP's technology. Imagine even they are not fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and as you watch, you realize the inevitability of his victory. I'll make you an offer, to come willingly or come by force. This station will collapse, we can be sure of that, but your ability to work with data, well for an analyst, that is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up his nose. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk. On one hand, almost certain death. On the other, a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, sleeper. Game is forfeit. You must see that. He holds out a hand. You are of value. You are needed. You feel... Fuck this guy. No. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you. Enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hands. That you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper! You hear the familiar voice above the crowds. Sleeper, I'm here! You're unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands, concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the front of you and waves a hand in your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. Sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak a wide smile. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of his hands lift. Close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it. A weapon. You try to scream, to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peak glances at your static form. What's happening here? Sleeper? Put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? Oh god, what is going to happen? As Peak stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding. And in the split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, shifting away from you. As you do, you feel the inertia lifting, and you know this is the only moment you'll have to act. Oh my god! Shove! You lurch forward wildly with like a sprung trap. Your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries him back into Castor. Somewhere some digital screeches echoing through the walkway. They tumble together, and the object in Castor's hand skitters across the floor. You realize the screech is you. You get to your feet, grab Peak, and run. You run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the walkway as you shove through the residence, Peak dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor had over you, the signals that locked you into this body of yours, that broke the connections and crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing, heaving, breathing into the cold metal floor. When they're able to speak, Peak asks you to explain. You tell them everything Castor told you, about Senate Stat, about their claim on the Helion system, the reactivation of the KN channel, the Helion system's growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you can feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that has turned to look at the system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time, then they speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set Gardner free. You're right. If the choice is between Gardner and these people, I would choose Gardner every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you're ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Well, that was a lot of shit. I mean, Jesus. All right, more things. Okay. Hack facility and explore facility. Both get us that. Danger. They're both danger. Crack. Interface and Intuit. We have +2 on both of those. Double negative condition on the left choice, though. And we need basically 2, 4, 6, 12. 12 pegs filled in. Okay, first explore. To find the core of the facility, you'll need to trace a path between Peak's backdoor entry and the derelict levels below. You found an emergency access elevator that's still powered and descended further towards the core. Some rerolls, nice. There are power terminals in the derelict part of the low end. Accessing them is dangerous, but will be faster than wandering. Go in there. Find an old Solheim map terminal and manage to boot it back up. A skeletal map of the facility unfolds for you. I'll try this. Nothing worse than a neutral outcome. Neutral, we lost 2 energies for it though. You connect to a terminal and download reams of data, but afterwards Peak tells you that you have been out for hours. Uh-oh. Oh. That's our dice. Our dice. My dice. Oh, actually needed to do our best here. Okay. Three, 1, 3, 1, 4. Jeez. Alright, let's continue hacking. I would rather potentially lose energy over condition. Oh, nice. What a reroll. Bam. Take that. Sleeper, here. Pete calls to you from across the flickering corridor. An elevator to the core. They smile. This is it. It's been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops. But finally, here it is, the path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open, the dingy-looking elevator flickering as they do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. You first. Peak frowns. Feeling anxious? They step inside gingerly. The elevator stays stable, and you follow them in. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors as it does at an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if we spoke. Peak raised their voice over the noise. It's not going to be a short trip. Do you think this will work? Peak laughs. Great question, Sleeper. Really takes my mind off things. They shake their head. What does it matter? We haven't got much of a choice at this point. I'd rather be doing something. They shrug. Ask me anything else. How's Ash? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk. Elevator talk? They sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Ash has said her mind on something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. Screeching of the elevator fills the silence. Will you leave with her? Peak thinks for a moment. I don't know, Sleeper. I honestly don't know. Part of me wants to run, to keep running for as long as I can. I am used to that. But another part is done with that. Is done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Pete goes quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to stop and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. You both walk out into an atrium still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling. One simulating a summer sky, now degrading into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Peak crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a fading sign in massive peeling letters. Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motors kick in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peak tumble through, across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them. A vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominates the center of the room. its flickering LEDs reflected in the scattered puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels and water leaks, it is still running, just as it has for decades and decades, since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it's been since anyone has ever been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peak. This place is still a living piece of history. What is this place? Peak stares. One of the central facilities of the station. Primary one for the Rim, it looks like. Shake their head. The heart of this place. Peak takes a handful of mulch out from a small bag. Glitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross the server and start packing the mulch deep into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps in the paneling, laying it across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing mulch into. You run your hands across its plated metal surface and watch the lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirling like a physical disk drive starting up. Listen. The whirling shifts, alternating, speeding up, slowing down. As you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. Sleeper. You freeze. You are here. For a moment, you are afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. Navigator. Ah, another drive spins up, and another, giving the voice a richer, multi-tonal sound. I'd forgotten what it felt like to speak like this. The drive skip. There's a certain quality to it, a certain physicality. What are you doing here? The drives squawk in unison. Did you imagine the flux, the shadow protocol? That they were just a problem for the people of this station? High whining begins. They're all the more dangerous to us. I've been in hiding once more, jumping from network to network to avoid the shadow as it eats up nodes. A low rumble. I thought my hiding days were done. For the moment I have found myself a safe haven here in the core. The shadow is yet to breach this facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs. The rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. We have a plan. You explain to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how by seeding key systems you will protect them from its advance. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I'm not sure what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the shadow protocol or the assimilation with Gardner. The drives pause to reset, but we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardner into the systems you have seeded. Pause. It is correct to do so. Thank you. The drives squeak in affirmation. You have notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I'll be curious to see the outcome. Drives squeal, the motors giving out. This cannot be sustained much longer. Good luck. A final squeak of affirmation, and then the drivers skitter and slow to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at this vast piece of Solheim hardware. This whole place is built from ghosts, you think, from old protocols and company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is its inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? Seems to depend on who you ask. Done! Peak's short shout breaks your line of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we are lucky, there's enough time for some growth before we reconnect the Greenway. They glance at you. That's it. All the facilities seeded. They sigh. We either just ensured the eye's survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers. They laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors in the elevator beyond. Take one last look. You wait for a moment, following the blinking lights. You wonder what might be tucked away in such a structure. What secrets it might hold? What histories? It's an intriguing prospect, but while you watch the lights, you realize something. If the eye is to become anything more than an offshoot, temporary structure, it must form its own history, its own story, stronger than anything that came before. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that, but the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that, is in the veins of every person in this place. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that, but the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that, is in the veins of every person in this place? Question mark? That will. And what... that I read it all again, just say question mark at the end. And that is what you're trying to save. You turn your back to the core and follow Peak back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching. I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know and we'll let the gardener out. Sooner the better, Peak furrows a brow. If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. Can't make the connection until we know they're ready to go. Peak swallows. Unleashing Gardener could affect them too if we aren't careful. And what happens then? Peak shrugs. I don't honestly know. Maybe Gardener takes over the station. Maybe they don't even react. They sigh. I can't think about it any longer. You hide the rest of the way in silence. You ride the rest of the way in silence. Trying to keep it together. I'm trying to read, I'm sorry. When you reach the top, you go to your separate ways. But before you do, Peak embraces you, burying their face in your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future. And then they let go and slip away, the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. Nice. So I guess the game is just like, okay. So we did that. I guess we just have to go help the flotilla as the next thing. We have one upgrade point. Ooh. Bring. I can help. With a 5 and a 3. Building berths into the vast bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seat is a huge job, and Soul needs every able-bodied engineer to help. I'll put that in there. Neutral outcome. You work methodically, welding the walls of each berth together, but the scale and scope of the job is still exhausting. We lost energy. Supply hauling. The evacuees will need many supplies for the trip to the Starboard Belt, and they have to be hauled aboard in only a few cycles. Huh. You hit a good rhythm, and soon the supplies are heading out in all corners of the Pilgrim Seed. This can work. Oh. As you stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, glad you're here. Soul's suit hisses as he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. Sure do appreciate everything you do for us. No worries. I do mean it, Sleeper. He looks away down the bay to where sparks jump from welding torches. It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around. Soul settles beside you, flinching a little but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out, this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing his shipyard overalls. We've had people flowing in from the Eye, looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought, Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. Can we do it? Soul frowns. We'll do what we can, as always. I'm not sure any of it can be enough. He looks down. We were supposed to stay here, not keep running. Soul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me. Gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man. He stretches. I have something to ask, though. What is it? With all these evacuees, well, we need a change in plan. He shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need the others to help out. We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now, you settle down the folks from Ember Step and they send us supplies growing in those dust houses of theirs. If we could get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews. He rubs his chin. What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs, but with some careful scavenging, they should be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. You put a hand on your shoulder. I sent my requests out, and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now. Soul stares into the distance. I need you out there speeding things up. Of course. Soul nods. Alright then. Climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it this way. Either you won't have to deal with me much longer, he smiles his uneven smile, unless of course you were planning to come along for the trip. I don't know. Soul winks. I'll leave it with you. I'm gonna be so non-committal. Soul waves a hand and starts off towards the bay's entrance, the crackling sound of the welding quickly covered up by his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractor chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships in the flotilla and see what can be done. They need help too, huh? I've got no more dice this round. Aki, what's up? I knew you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust houses, her eyes as bright as always. You're very welcome here, as always. Good to see you, Aki. Aki smiles. And you, Sleeper? Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me. And she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees. I'm sure you've heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past the dust house where the dust is less, the orange glow not as bright, and air a little more clean. We are adapting. Slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead. She smiles. The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud. Aki stops at a half-empty dust house, scoured of its sand. It is being filled with mulch. We brought this from the Greenway. She stares at the green and brown. Strange sight, even to you, now that you're used to the amber dust of steppe. I admit, it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? Aki meets your eye. I'll do my best. Thank you, she nods solemnly. I know that the eye's suffering, that it is at risk. I know what that is like. Thank you. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe, she shakes her head, but for the moment I cannot see what that might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile, but if you do not have time, she smiles a weak smile, I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly. She pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent, and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a greening fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of steppe leaving behind a home, or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki, the moment of welcome suspension in time, a rare moment in this rush towards an end. You glance at Aki and she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. After a short while, Aki sighs. It is good to see you, Sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Aki turns back for a moment, as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of work. Oh, it's a lot of work. Beer. Bep, bep. Beep, bop. Beep, 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 bop. Peter. The docking axis is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato burst of welding torches, the shouts of crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that news of the flotilla's imminent departure has reached this place before you. Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper? Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, smile on his face, and a lightness in his step you haven't seen before. What's happening? Peter gestures to the chaos. The singers are rising, Sleeper. Peter eyes you. Suppose you are here on Soul's orders again? He winks at you. Nothing Ember's Hearth like to do more than ordering people around. I'm here by choice. Fair enough. Just your timing seems to always be a cycle or two after we get some requests from the Hearth ship. He shrugs an exaggerated shrug. Must be a coincidence. Well, Sol has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the Starward Belt lines perfectly with our plans. What plans? To leave this damned place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the Hearth ships think we are complying with their orders at the same time, then it's a 2-in-1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. Can't abandon them. We're our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at the busy Axis. We aren't going to tie ourselves to heart and step any longer. Why would we? Staying silent, Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadow of Step and Heart. And this is the time. Peter grimaces. We won't let the flux catch us again. Not a chance. And for the first time, you see fear in his eyes. And for the first time you see fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch. Talk to a crew. You're welcome to it. Peter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. I'll help when I can. Peter nods. Just a stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Peter glances out past the docking access, through the outer windows to the stairs beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. He looks you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, he smiles. Stay strong. And with that, Peter thumps you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew with a purpose, a direction visible in every step of his rapid stride. Okay. Well, I'll need dice. Cook my own food at this point. We're still making good time though, like I'm not too concerned. All things considering. So now do I continue doing this, or should I just help these people out here? I think I'm gonna just go in order and help. Like, I'll help Aki because she's cool. She seems chill, and I like helping chill people. Dust house tending. To be used on the flotilla's outward trip, the dust houses will need careful tending, especially those being adapted to greenway plants. Well, bam. You start to get a sense of how steppe and greenway plants might work together, feed each other, form new symbiotic relationships. And then harvest automation. Dust house's efficiency could be massively improved with an automated harvesting system, but the steppe techs need some help. Well, bam! You managed to refactor the sensor automation so the system receives better, more accurate data. Fours are pretty chill at this point. A 4 works for us. Reroll and just get a 3 and a 2. Would I rather potentially lose energy or condition? Probably energy. Crew management. The crews of Ember Song are effective but headstrong and stubborn. They need direction and management. I'll whip them into shape. Neutral, just got one. Shit. After speaking with the crews, you set up a supply depot to help them with their refitting. This will make things faster. Well, shit. I only got one little peg. That's not good. Pacing. Oh my god. Negative outcome. Lost energy. You try to settle a dispute between two crews and end up getting involved in a minor scuffle. Nothing is resolved. Yeah. 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 Love that for myself. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yup. Cool. Dope. 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 Put me back in. Bad dice. Not my fault. 66611. Wow, that's funny. There we go. Okay. Aki. I'm gonna finish Aki's first. You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, has become your favorite. The moss and dust share this space in curving terraces, pale knots of steppe silk freckled with yellowing lycal symbiotes. It is a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of fungal threads and dust-caked roots and feel a little glow of pride at what has been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open, and assuming it is Aki, turn to greet her. Sleeper! Oh, Rico! I should have known you'd be here. Rico smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must be one of the most green-fingered people on the station. Rico! Go! Now, has it been so long? She smiles a wry smile. No need for any drama. I met some of the steppe refugees on the greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly. She smiles to herself. Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and well, I thought I'd take her up on the offer. She looks around the dust house with its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. You know Aki? A little. She pauses. She's a fine botanist and even finer conversationalist. Two rare qualities on the station in my experience. Rico limps over to you. She holds out a hand. How about you take me on a tour? You take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steppe silk knots help provide a strong base for fungal and lycal growths, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of steppe tubers and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all felt the flux event hit and everyone is talking about what's next. Came out here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her and see the glossiness in her eyes. I think I've decided. What you have done here, what Aki and the other steppe refugees have done here is incredible. A whole new ecosystem built from the strange, artificial changed remains of two worlds. But I'm not of two worlds. I am of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I'm entwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore. It seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. Oh, that's just sad. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll lie in those fields and not get back up. She smiles. A tear contracts down both her cheeks. When the green takes me, I'll be so glad. I'll miss you. Rico smiles. The feeling is mutual, Sleeper. She wipes her eyes and turns to you. But that's enough of me blubbering on about it. She furrows her brow. What I want to know is what you are planning. think I should start. I should start saying I plan on staying. I'm fixing this fucking place. I mean, at this point, I'm staying. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper, to know what it is that drives us. Sure, you'll decide to act in the manner you know, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh, she suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of spore and club heads with carefully preserved root systems. I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet. And if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. She frowns. Can offer that at least. Thank you. She nods. Don't thank me. These are yours by right. Rico stands and limps over to a pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out and beds them into the soil there, with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while. She calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around. She says it casually, but there's a note to finality in her speech. See you around. Damn. It's hitting me. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock, back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki is waiting for you. It's beautiful. She's looking through the observation window and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rika with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist came. She shoots you a look. A friend of yours? More than that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her. She pauses. Are you leaving us? For now. Aki sighs. The first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. I wish you the same. She nods and smiles one last warm smile before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist and you see her pointing to the club heads, asking questions. You're unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone laced with excitement that Rico is using to explain the club heads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light, despite the burdens you carry, and the smile Rico and Aki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. You know what I noticed while the whole conversation was going? To finish my full tree, I need 3 points, right? And I have one of the 3. Or no, never mind. No, never mind. I'm not even gonna finish what I was gonna say. I'm dumb. I need 2 and then 3 more. I need a total of 5, and I have 1. I didn't add them separately. Forget what I was gonna say then. How awkward. Reroll. Ooh, a 4 and a 5. There we go. That's the types of rolls you'll want to see. Crew management. You managed to convince 2 rival crews to work together, refitting their ships. Both benefit from the other's expertise. You expertly strip wires and components from the access walls. As you dismantle them, the crews are impressed. Oh, now it's awkward, like that there's just, like, that I only got 1 on a thing. Self-repair myself. Beep, beep, beep. Nice. Go buy food. And by go buy food, I mean I'm gonna go cook myself some food because I am self-sufficient. I am a mushroom lad. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Oh my god, these rolls, dude. Being destroyed by RNG. The RNG is like, hey, what if we were just you know, throw some 1s and 2s into the problems here? Would you like that? Reroll. There we go. There we fucking go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Peter. Not my favorite guy. Not my favorite, man. The docking axis is a little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its interior. Every arm not used for docking has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable material tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't even seen Peter since you last spoke, and now you're realizing that you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle of the flotilla leaves, these ships have dispersed too, the moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. Chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis from ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or advice, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet and whether they should, not or. Among these singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee, a paying passenger or replacement engineer or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more. You can't help but wish that, whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the singer crews, they'll have safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to the citizens of the Eye, setting out for the first time. And then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis with a crew, carrying a large bag and a nervous look. Tala! My girl! You freeze for a second. What is she doing here? She glances around. I love Tala! She glances around, feeling your eyes on her, and catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Sleeper! Tala mutters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping a large bag at your feet, embracing you without thinking. Good to see you. She pulls back. And you! She smiles, but then it quickly fades, as she realizes the context in which you are meeting. She sheepishly glances at her bag. Sleeper. She pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. I'm going to the starboard belt. She waits for your response nervously. Why didn't you say? She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper? My brother? You think back to your year-old blurred conversations in the back of the Bantian. If there's one character that could get me to leave the eye, it might be Tala. Tala! He came here with me, with my family, when we were little, just after we left Cinza. She bites her lip. He left when we were both teenagers, jumped on some spacer crew heading to the starboard belt. She sighs. I'm an idiot. She shakes her head, and I'm going after him. She looks down, not sure what to say, or what to add. Alone? She looks at you. I guess so. I really don't know if it makes sense or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about him. What happens to the bar? Someone will have to run it. She leaves a long pause. I mean, I can ask Francis. He'd be happy to, or one of the others. She blurts out. And of course, if you're leaving with the flotilla or someone else, it'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure. It's fine, whichever way. I was just thinking. Now I've told different people different things. If I say I'm not staying... Oh my god. I can't get my story straight because now I'm seeing more additional context and information. Oh no, this one's tough too, because is she saying she kind of wants me to run the bar? Or would she kind of be like cool with me coming with her? Oh man. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I mean, she said someone will have to run it. And then she leaves a long pause. I mean, I could ask Francis, he'd be happy to, or one of the others. Of course, if you're leaving with the hotel or someone else, you'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. Oh, God. Am I a coward if I just say I'm not sure right now? Tala, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm taking the cowardly choice. Tala nods. Sure, sure. I mean, I just sprung it on you. But, she glanced at the crew she was walking with, who are chatting a little way away. There's not exactly much time. So, considering that, she grabs a key hanging around her neck. The key to the Bantian. Do you want to do it? She's like, Tala, I love you so much. What you're like, there's not a. It's like, I know I just sprung it on you. I know it's a tough thing, and like, fucking. But also, like, we don't have a ton of time. So here, you want this key? Uh, Shit, Tala. Shit. I mean, worst comes to worst. In a real life scenario, you should just take the key, and then even if you have like a later change or like, no, I gotta go somewhere, you would pass the key to someone that you would trust, that she would trust. You don't know what would happen. She doesn't know. You could like run it for, you know, several cycles or whatever, and then be like, oh, I do have to like get out of here. I don't know. Do you want to do it? You know what? Give me the key. Yes. Tala leaps forward and embraces you again. Thank you, Sleeper. I couldn't be leaving it in better hands. I guess it's another reason for me to root myself here and say that I'm going to stay no matter what. And hope our plan worked. She pulls the key from around her neck and places it around yours as if presenting a medal. Remember to lock up, especially the back. Remember to empty the still if you're leaving things closed for a few cycles. And she stops herself. I won't be gone forever, of course. She blinks away a tear. I can come back and check in. Maybe once I find my brother. She pauses, unable to finish that thought. She smiles at you, and you can see the weight lifting off her shoulders. Her eyes already drifting towards the crew, the ship, the next big thing. She's ready. I better be going. She nods at the crew nearby. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. She lifts the bag onto her shoulder. She looks down the curve of the eye towards the overlook. Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you helped us with. She nods. I wouldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here. She adjusts the bag. Dad wouldn't have let me. See you around. She nods. Hope so. Then Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will carry her to the starboard belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it is hard to feel sad about Tala. You know her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere on that bright path. You hold the key in your hand. The metal's still a little warm from Tala's body. Turn it over in your fingers, thinking about how it feels like a tool and a burden. You can still lock up and leave, you figure, but now that'll feel like breaking something fragile. And if you stay, well, who knows what this little metal promise might grow into. Bah. Bah. It's so much. This game is so good at just making choices that in all the grand scheme of things don't have maybe the most the most grand of consequences still feel impactful. You know what I mean? Like, the overall change to the story might not be super a whole lot, if that makes sense. Does that make sense what I'm saying? But as long as you've been paying attention and you really have gotten like to know these characters and these NPCs and everything, and these little bonds that you share with these characters, then you're like, ah, fuck, like, make me sit there with the choice and have to like try to rationalize one way or the other in my head like that. Where I'm like, it'll make her happy if I take the key, and then I'm more likely to root myself here if I say this, but then I could just justify it if I had to go, if something came up and she kind of just sprung it up. Like, all that kind of like back and forth is fun. It's good. Good stuff. Are we gonna finish this with half the turn still left to do this? They just keep coming. Perhaps the Flux event scared enough people that they really believe the eye will collapse. Perhaps they're sick of Haven Age, of the Council's infighting and the hardliners. Perhaps they just want to take a chance at some new future, a place that is anywhere but here. Whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla shuttles, on their own ships, however they can. You've seen so many faces pass that they're almost meaningless now, parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing in supplies, directing them to the berths you helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with sleepers. Others treat you with pity, some with hate, snatching back their bags and storming off. Still, you help. Still, you carry boxes and bags. Nothing can stop you. You don't look for Soul. You know he's busy, just like you, trying to make this thing work, trying to fit as many people as will come onto the Pilgrim Seed. You know you'll see him before all this is over. Keep working, but there's something in the back of your mind, something eating away at you. You try to push it to the back of your thoughts, but it keeps coming back. The eye is over. That is the thought. That the eye, even if the Flux doesn't get it, is on its way out. How can it survive when these floods of people are leaving it behind? It's a thought that troubles you, because it makes you question why you have held on here so long, in a place that seems so temporary for so many people. Are you just a stubborn idiot, someone who didn't get the message? Or are you strong, committed for lasting the storm, just seeing the collapse coming and facing it head on? Because there's something you are sure of now. This place, like all places, is temporary. And as each face passes you, each family packs up and gets on board the Pilgrim Seed. It feels ever more temporary, ever more fragile. Which means it either desperately needs protecting, or as desperately needs to be left behind. The choice is yours. Is this the end? This might very well be the end. I like how the description here says tall always comes to look good when you cook matsutake. She's not here anymore. The stray cat that I constantly am feeding. That's another reason that ties me here. Ties me down. Do I have to just keep going through the thing until that cycle goes down? I'd assume that's the case. I don't know what else I would use dice for. I think this is gonna be it. Oh. Oh, I panicked. Peak slate chirps in your pocket. You take it out. A message. The connection is ready. Meet me at the Founders Gap, Greenway side. Peak. You clench your jaw. It's time. I got too excited. I got way too excited. You find Peak waiting near where you first met, at the entrance to the docking tunnel for the Founders Ferry. They're leaning beside the wall in the flickering light. And you realize now how different they look from when you first met. There's a darkness around their eyes, a sense of exhaustion to their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowledge. They look concrete, for want of a better word. Solid. Sleeper. They spot you and a small smile crosses their face. Glad you came. I wouldn't be anywhere else. Smile grows. Crunch time. They shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. They break in the connection. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel into a ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They poke their slate and a torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend through the layers of the broken edge of the eye, Peak talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the part where the connection was broken. They ran a hand along the buckled metal of the wall, stooping under the angled ceiling. This hole, the gap, got knocked in the eye when Solheim collapsed. It's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station, well, no one could. Peak ducks through a fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines. So this place has always been on borrowed time. I've managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down to where the main line still runs through the remaining ribs of the rim. They smile. Just like keeping those old XPR platforms running. Ash should be proud if she'd bothered to help. As Pete goes quiet, the corridor opens into a wider, twisted passage with compartments on either side thick with wiring. Here, this is the connection point. You can see where Peak has levered off a panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hardware. As thick as a tree trunk, it snakes off into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. You did all this? Peak nods. It was an interesting challenge. Plus, it helped me keep my mind off things. Peak smiles a weak smile. There's a lot I'd prefer not to think about. You both stand there, staring at the point where the new cable meets the old one, and the ends separate, fitted with multi-pin male and female connectors, and braced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. Bringing them together, seal them, and the greenway will be connected to the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peak shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing their hair out of their eyes. I feel like this should be more momentous, like there should be some ritual or ceremony. They pause, or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. Are we sure this is right? Peek looks at you with mild panic. Seriously? They laugh. You know what, Sleeper? Just stand back. Peek shakes her head. If it's the flux or this, well then, I choose this. They hold both sides of their supporting framework, ready to scissor it closed. Here we go. Peek wrenches the framework closed, and the connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down the ruined corridor into the dark on both sides. Both you and Peek wait with bated breath, unsure what it is you are waiting for. Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning or lurch on its axis? For the power to go out or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peek's eyes, and suddenly they burst out laughing. What are we waiting for? Put a hand to their forehead. Feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushes out into sunlight, crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires like water, like rain, like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and writhes there like liquid roots. Peek sees the look in your eyes and stops laughing. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it, not with your eyes at least. But it is everywhere, and now it is out. Can't be put back, that much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil, soaking up the gardener and their chorus, gaps filling with a burbling, constant, growing life. Peek stares at you, waiting for something, anything. Gardener's free. Peek nods slowly and closes their eyes. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peek's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping in the process. But when they stare at it, a look of confusion crosses their face. What happened? Peek's mouth falls open. It's Esh. They swallow. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Before you can speak, they have turned away and are moving back up the passageway, back towards the entrance. Peek. They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette, lit by the slate's torch, disappear rapidly around a corner. Oh man. You take out the slate Peek gave you and turn on the torch. The wires all around look like pale roots in the harsh light, and you turn away from them. They are gardeners now. You work your way back through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peek, panicked, running toward the cordon, realizing that their greatest fear has come to pass. You wonder if they will be able to persuade Esh to stay. If Esh is going, you think, then the flotilla must be leaving too. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness. You push it away. You are not ready. You focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceilings, and make your way back out into the lit corridors of the Founder's Ferry dock. Castor is waiting for you. He holds up his hands. Now, Sleeper. No need to fear. Oh boy, he raises his eyebrows. I understand now it was my mistake to try to force you. A miscalculation. Get lost. I understand you are angry. That is a reasonable reaction. He pushes his glasses up his nose. I only ask that you continue in the spirit of being reasonable and allow me to state my case. I won't hold you here, Sleeper. Castor stands to the side, but I wish to speak. Stay and listen to this fuckwad, or just leave. And he might say something interesting. Or leave, and we know that, like, Esh and Peek are away, and we might be trying to catch back up with them. Leave. There's nothing Castor can say that you want to hear. He speaks for Senate Sat, and they have no hold on you. You approach Castor. As you approach, he speaks quietly, an urgent whisper. Do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value if you ever want to see that realized. Also, now that we know that he kind of sucks, and he works for a company that sucks, and he also literally tried to harm us, now his whole, like, oh, I see a lot of value in you is so, even more displeasing. Bleh. You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. The last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation. Also, good. He's always like, oh, this is like, look at this game that we're playing. Not just the literal little game that we're playing, but in our conversation, the back and forth is a game itself. Well, guess what, fucker? You just lost this you lost the game. You lost this conversation. You lost me. You lose. Good day, sir. The last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation, or just another deferential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. Doesn't matter either way, you are done with him. You head towards the cordon, Peak and the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. Now, speaking on a game sense, speaking on like a game design sense, I bet if I stayed and listened to him, he maybe did have something very interesting to say. And for that, I'm sad I miss it. But again, we're kind of role playing here slightly. And in that case, if I was in this case, there's no way in hell I'd stick around and listen to this guy. Not only do you open yourself up to like allowing more danger to happen upon you by staying around, but no. You head towards the cordon, Peak and the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. Out. I'm out. Talk about a reason for me not to stay here. That guy is here. But he won't be here, right? He's going to be leaving, right? That's the whole thing. You arrive into chaos at the cordon. Final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the eye. The fear created by the Flux event became a series of rumors. Those rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position on the eye, refusing to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You're unsure what you think. Is a collapse a certainty? Will Peak's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You're tired of these questions, instead set out to look for your friends. You quickly spot Peak and Esh at the far side of the chaotic bay. You quickly make your way through the crowd, slipping between the gaps and the rushing evacuees, stepping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach, you can hear the voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them in their shuttle. You have made your decision, Peak, and it puts you against me. Esh is standing up one foot on the boarding ramp while Peak argues with her. Evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene, but intimidated by Esh's evident strength and attitude. Esh, it doesn't have to be like this. Peak looks desperate, tear tracks already on their cheeks. We can find a way. Esh shakes her head. I've always protected you, Peak. I've taken you under my wing. But I understand that you are not mine to control. And you have chosen to be here not with me, despite everything. I've chosen to stop running, Peak cries out in frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Esh? Esh turns away. I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne. What it was like to be worried for your safety every cycle. To live under the control of my mother, of the administration. To work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that our corporation could maintain a foothold in the system. You talk as if this place, in the very same system, is any different. What is there here but the same grind for other masters, for employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles? There may not be a corporation controlling the eye, but there's control. There's power in action here. So what then? Peak shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom? In search of some perfect place where no one has power over you? Peak is crying openly now. I want to be part of something, Esh, even if it is broken and suffering, even if it cannot be free. Esh pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood or by our shared need to escape. We're both just people in the system. She opens her eyes. I release you, Peak. You are free of me. Esh, please. They hold out a hand. There's a life here if you want it. Esh turns and smiles at Peak, her eyes wet now too. Then you live it for me, Peak. I can't. She climbs up the boarding ramp. Oh. The evacuees taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and leaves the bay. Crowds are dispersing now as they get onto the shuttles or say their goodbyes and move back into the main part of the cordon. You push past the last of them to reach Peak. Peak doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper. Esh is gone. Telling them in this instance, you should go too, seems like I'm pushing too much one way. When it's clear in that conversation, Peak was like, I don't want to keep going. I don't want to keep running. So saying you should go too just because Esh is leaving seems like not a choice I'd want. Staying silent, maybe, but also she chose to leave. I'm very much in a lot of these cases with a lot of these characters. People have to make decisions, just like I've made decisions. Like people have to like the shit is fucked all around us, right? And at some point you have to be like, I can't make choices for you. You have to make choices, and there's gonna be negatives and pros, positives. I mixed pros and cons, and then negatives and positives. We'll roll with it. There's gonna be negatives and pros, or positives and cons to the choices you make in life, you know? And they're always going to seem tough in the moment, and then you just make the choice, and then you got to roll with it. So I think saying she chose to leave in this instance is fair. She did. She chose for her life, for herself. She felt she had to leave. And that's not inherently wrong or correct. And Peak staying back is not inherently wrong or correct. It's a choice. She chose to leave. Peak nods. I've known her my whole life. They wipe. Now it's still sad, for sure, easily. The situation is sad. Feel bad for Peak, but Peak nods. I've known her my whole life. They wipe their face, but since we arrived, we've been going different directions. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Esh well. I know that. Sleeper! Shout takes you by surprise, and as you turn, you see Soul coming across the bay towards you. Last two shuttles loading up behind him. He reaches you, his suit hissing as he does. Can't believe you'd made an old man run across this bay to get you. Pause to take a breath. The singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. You smile as you think of Tala, safely cradled within one of those singer ships, on her way to the starward belt, and hopefully a reunion with her brother. Godspeed, Tala. What are you smiling at? Soul interrupts your thoughts. They forced our hand. We have to leave now. Soul shakes his head. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyway. Reckon any hostile spaces out there will give them a wide berth. Pilgrim Seed will need a little time to make our way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the step ships are sticking with us, so we'll be plenty well supplied for the journey to the belt. He pauses. Anyway, didn't plot all the way over here to tell you that. Soul looks between you and Peak with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper. Good to my word, and I kept a berth for you, but this is your last chance to take it. He scratches at his beard. Make a call. You glance out at the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of Helion's sun. You think of the long journey to the starward belt, of the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of all the possible futures that await. Then you think of the people here on the Eye, of Peak beside you, of the Bantian, of Tala, and the key that still hangs around your neck, of promises and possibilities. It's so tough. It's so tough, and I was flip-flopping this whole way throughout these DLC episodes once I realized that we were going to get a choice here. In my head, I was flip-flopping so many times, too. I think I have to stay. I think I have to stay. Again, you have to just make a choice. I'll stay. You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you'll have to make this. The final time you will make this choice. You have to be sure. Damn, this game's really trying to get you. I'm staying. You say the words, and the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend on you. You stumble a little, and then stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You'll feel a tightness in your chest and a haze blurring your thoughts. Soul nods. Good luck, he sighs. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye. In the haze, his pitted and rough hand feels so real, so detailed that it grounds you. And then it is gone, and Soul goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle. As he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder and it grounds you once more. You turn to see Peak's bright eyes. Let's go, Sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As they do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the shuttle lifts off. and angles toward the flotilla. You don't turn. Instead, you keep your head down and focus on each step. As you do, you feel Peak beside you, holding a little to your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. This is how it'll be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the eye. Also, it just kind of almost as a conclusion feels a bit right. We saw a lot of endings where we did, like, prior to the DLC episodes, where we did, like, leave, right? Or we, at the very least, we had a lot of opportunities where we could have left. And then it almost feels right when all that's, you know, when all that's said and done, and now it's your final option, you can leave or stay. It just feels like, yeah, staying. Just feels like a finality choice. Final finality choice to it all. You'll both hold things for each other. Remind each other of the choices you made. Remind each other why it is important to keep going despite the moments when it seems impossible. You'll keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second flux event hits the eye, when it knocks the entire free spoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch with a sickening motion, when it cripples systems and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark or start venting oxygen, when holding on is all you can do while the world seems to come apart around you. And yet somehow the eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many, but to you and Peak, they'll signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure. Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the flux event, fungal crust pushing through pipes and wiring. The eye will go wild and becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to a seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. There will be a strange and unsettling beauty of this paradigm shift, as the greening of the station turns it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Rika will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day she will delight in the new mysteries the eye and its gardener produce. And as this new era consolidates around the station, you'll find yourself in the Bantian, most cycles, working to keep the place alive. The cycle where you invite Emphas to come make use of the kitchen will go from a one-off event to a regular occurrence, and soon the Bantian will be filled with spacers eager to try the best preparations of the station's now abundant mushrooms. And on occasion, after a long shift at the Bantian, you'll hear the sound of the stray mewling. Oh, even in the ending here, talking about the stray cat. Oh, I love it. And you'll crumble up some food and sit and watch the cat eat. It was something nothing happened with it, but yet I kept going back to feed it. And so it just makes that much more impact that it does say. And you'll crumble up some food and sit and watch the cat eat, as if it is the only thing in your world that matters. However, into all this newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Senate Stat, frustrated by the eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by a blockade of corporate militia. Life on the eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senate Stat, stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Haven Age's hardliners will fizzle out, losing their grip on the Haven Age Council. In their wake, Helen will spearhead a series of reforms that will scale back Haven Age's overreach, returning them to the caretaker role that they always intended to fulfill. As the cycles roll on, and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway extractions, making counterclaims on assets within the Helion system. And many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tilt inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths, and hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the Helion system descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices and the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues its unavoidable decay. They settle around you like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the Eye without seeing its many variants and versions, pasts and potential futures, and this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. In one cycle, far from now, That accumulation of memories, of tastes, of people and places and moments will be the last thing you let go of. But for now, there's only you and Peak, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay. Two figures born of crippled systems, linked together, continuing despite your origins. And in this frozen moment, you focus on only the next step, because that is the only way you have learned to persist. And to persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. Ah, what a fucking game, dude. What an ending. What a great little couple of DLC episodes. That, especially that last one. The way they really wrap it up, put a bow on this experience. They do the classic thing of bringing back old characters and giving them different, seeing them launch out or stay in the case of like Rico and stuff. But man, what a game. Gotta hand it to it. Gotta hand it to the game. Good shit. Good shit. Good fucking shit. And like, I know the thing is, I could probably go back and see what the ending is like. The other direction of actually leaving and everything. But this is like definitely one of those instances where I don't want to at all. Like, I don't want to see the other side. Like, I've made my choice. I got my ending. This is to me, this is how the game ends. Even with all the other endings from the main game, like, almost I feel like this is like the ending for me. We had spent so much time and touched so much lives and resolved so many things for so many people that it feels like you have to just try to trust what you did is gonna, keep everything working. And then, like I said, towards the end, I was flip-flopping a lot, and I was like, oh, fuck. And then Tala, who I care so much about as a character in this, she's like, can you run the bar? And I'm like, that might have pushed me over the edge, where I was like, you know what, Tala? I will. I'm gonna keep your bar going. You find your brother, and I'll be here waiting once you find him. It might have pushed me over the edge there. Because I think I even said out loud where I was wavering, where I was like, oh, I was telling different people different things, because like, I definitely want to leave, and then I'm like, oh, but what a game. What a game. Stay and be a family. These have got to be like alternate like path ending things probably. Oh yeah. Loot boxes. Steal 3 shipments just see what's inside. I would never. Alright, really great game. Good fucking shit, Citizen Sleeper. I don't know when I'll get to the sequel, but I definitely, like, if I didn't think this before, like, I definitely will need to get to the sequel at some point. Definitely. Hopefully sooner rather than later, right? Ah, good game. Oh man, Citizen Sleeper does so much with such I don't want to sound like I'm shit talking as I'm giving a compliment, but it pulls off so much with such a simple system, both gameplay system and then like an interface system. Like it's mostly, like I say, it's basically just a novel, a visual novel, if you will, if you care to call it that. But it's mostly just story, text, great characters, great writing, disguising itself as a CRPG is how I'd describe it. I've probably said that now multiple times throughout this playthrough. But it was effective. Super effective. So yeah, Good stuff. Yeah, it's gonna stick with me. Ah. You love it and hate it at the same time. So no stream tomorrow, Thursday, as don't stream on Thursdays. Have fun with your Hollow Knight Silk Songs without me, but I'll be quick to join back on Friday night. We finished Citizen Sleeper here, so we don't have to do any more of it on Friday. No little pre Silk Song, needing to be done. So we'll do that Friday night. Silk Song. Excited to play it. I was late to Hollow Knight the original, but it, like I said, have been saying, that was one of my favorite series on the channel. The Hollow Knight playthrough. For a lot of reasons. I think Silk Song's gonna be a fun game, so it'll be fun to dive into that. And then Saturday, like I said, still debating. It might just be a Saturday night stream. It might just be a Saturday morning stream. It might be both Saturday morning and then break and then Saturday night. I don't know. I'm leaning towards both options. My guess is that it's either going to be just Saturday morning or Saturday morning and Saturday night. But I would say there might be a chance that it's just Saturday morning, in which case we just read Higurashi for a bit. But we'll see. Or maybe read Higurashi and then a little bit of something else. I don't know. Kind of depends on how early I'm up on Saturday. Ugh. Here I'm thinking of Saturday and it's only Thursday tomorrow. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. All right. Until Friday night with Silk Song. Have a nice rest of your night. Do good, be good. Stay safe. See you in another stream.